Hi, peoples. Hope you guys are having a good week. What is up? How we doing? Oh, hey, how are ya? Hi, friends. Hello. $2:30 a.m. for you. Oh, man. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for asking. Hi, Sparkle. What's up, Cosmic? Victorious, how are you? What's up, Phantom? Oh, hey, how are you? Oh, Hales, thank you so much for the 3 months. Jess, thank you for the 2 months. Gamer Wolf, thank you for 6 months at tier 2. Dude, thank you for the extended sub. Thank you so much, man. Break of Daylight. Hello, friend. How was the rest of your stream the other day? Cooking pork loin? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Kitten Kills. Hi, homie. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Welcome in, guys. Hello. Sorry, I'm trying to like quickly finish something up before we get to cracking. But it is whatever Wednesday, so it only feels appropriate to play something else. So that is what we are doing. Tis the plan. Going to help me get through studying time. Okay, I don't think you're studying very much if you're here. I'm not exactly sure what studying you're getting done with my big mouth in the background. Mia, thank you so much. Mia, thank you so much for the 8-month Prime. Content warning? Nah, not today. Don't doubt my abilities. Fair enough. Fair play. Sorry. Luis, hello. Came from YouTube. Welcome in. All right. Here, I'll switch over and I'll finish this while we're chit-chatting. All right. Hello. Hi, friends. Hi, Car. Hey, what's up, Verdant? Welcome back. Derpy, good to see ya. Hello. All right. Let me finish this up and we'll be ready to rock. But we're trying out, I'm finally giving FLATHEAD a go. If you guys don't know what FLATHEAD is, it is a game that was created by the same people that made Mortuary Assistant. So I have yet to watch anybody play it. So we'll see. What's up, Hales? Carson, good to see you. Apocrypha, still at the workplace. Still not working. That's fair. All right. Let's do that. I think that looks snazzy. Yeah, that'll work. Kitten Kills. No, thank you. I do appreciate it, though. That is a very sweet offer. Why not a nice game of solitaire? I mean, apparently it's just a game of over under with my life. I don't know. Or so I've been told. Tater played chess. Oh, how'd he do? God, I don't even know if I can remember how to play chess. Hey, Dub, thank you for the 11 months. Buckshot. I'd rather not. You're taking a chance at getting an X for that one. Getting X-nade, especially if I'm on Tiki Talks. Chess makes you frustrated. He did okay. I don't remember how to play. Yeah, I did. It's been a long time. He won like 2 times. Let's go. Did he play a bot or a real person? I feel like this isn't straight. Checkers is where it's at. Hey, he played a bot. Okay. Hey, man. Listen, we have a Cracker Barrel that's right down the street from us. Large Checkers. That's where it's at. Like very oversized Checkers. Oh, so much YouTube studying to just lose every game still. Hey, listen, it happens, man. This will be good enough for tonight. That's good enough. Okay. Hey, Noel. The giant checkers on the rocking chairs. Yes, let's go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like I don't know what I'm talking about. Son of... Oh, there we go. But yeah, we're going to give that a go. I don't know how long that game's going to take. I'm not exactly sure. I guess we'll kind of play it by ear and see how it goes. Mr. Tater, the chess king himself. How are you, Mr. Tater? Good to see you, friend. I also didn't ping the server, which I just did right meow. Ready to rock. For those of you that missed it, by the way, if you didn't get to see us do the all difficulty challenge in Phasmo, it is live. It is there. It is up on the tubes. I got you, Tater. Shut up, DC. Oh, hi. Hey, how are you? What's up, Sam? Bookworm, welcome back. Good to see you. I need to make a have you checked your butt. I mean, you might as well at this point, Tater. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Have you seen Break of Daylight's toe emote? That's great. It's not an actual toe. I swear. Olive, hey, how are ya? Royal, thank you so much for the 6 months. Been busy of late. Haven't seen any. Oh, I've been good, friend. Thank you. DC, thank you for the 7-month prime. Oh, my God. And Cheetah. You guys, what's up, man? What are we thinking about playing today? Well, we are starting today with FLATHEAD. If you don't know what FLATHEAD is, you're about to figure it out. But it is supposedly just a very simple game of over-under with a twist. Yeah. Would you just call me? You heard me, and I'll say it twice. Cheetah, thank you for the 2 months. And Skullface, thank you for the 14 months. You guys are awesome, man. Thank you. Sorry, I was getting other things set up and just making sure that I'm ready to rock, which I basically am. Save toe. Look at it. Look at it. I love it. I love it. Oh, boy. So you guys are going to be helping me decide. You're going to help me make some decisions. That'll work. Okay. We won't put a game to it because there's not going to be just one. When are we singing Happy Birthday to Mare? Today is Mare's birthday. So, guys, make sure that if you do see Mare throughout streams, make sure you say hi and happy birthday. It's Mare's birthday. Yeah. Yeah. Why there's so many birthdays, dude? They don't end, man. There's so many as of recent. I know. Hi, Royal. Thank you again. So, yes, please make sure that you wish Mare a big happy birthday. Living her best life in the woods. Heck yeah. Hey, Square. How's it going? Can't forget the... Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You like that? I like it too. Isn't that awesome? It's so good. Hey, Miriam. Good. How are you? We still aren't over Mrs. Flash's birthday. She might not be over her birthday. I think that's what you meant to say. Okay. That's basically good to go. All right. Let me get the game up and see how it goes. But yeah, so we're starting with FLATHEAD today. Starting with FLATHEAD. Oh, I'm framey as shit. Hold on. I'm very framey. Hold on. Graphics. Quality. Gives it vibes. Yeah, but I'm not supposed to be framing along though. Look at that. What if I do VSync? Oh, max. Hold on. It's always the FPS, man. It's always the FPS. How do I click apply? There is no plot. There's no apply. Is it automatically done? Save. Yes, save. Okay, that didn't do it. 60. I might have to. Graphics. The resolution is so low. Applies at the top, but I thought that was applied for that. Hold on, let's go to this. Let's see what this does. That doesn't do shit. What if I'm gonna go as low as I possibly can, and we'll see what happens. Hold on. That audio is not very fun. I'm not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that. Looks great. Yeah, that's better, but I'm on very low though. I don't want that. I don't want that though. What's low do? Even low makes it framey. Holy shit. Why? What about the graphics is making this thing F up? Oh god, and when you click away, it does that too. Oh no. Oh no. The audio had you checking your cape. Look. It went to medium. And it got all kinds of effed. Save. Yes. Save. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, it is a very cheap game, but it is not cheaply done though. It's just for some reason I don't know if it's not optimized. Oh, there's jump scares. Oh, that's fun. That's a fun little lesson we learned, isn't it? I've set to very low. I don't even know what else to do. It's Wednesday, my dudes. All right. That did nothing. Oh, the max FPS went back up. Oh, that's what it is. Here. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's the max FPS. It went all the way back up again. That's why. All right, let me go save settings. Back out. Hey, Halen. I turned off. Oh, did you play this, Phoenix? You turned off VSync and then all was Schwell. Let me put my, let's keep the frames down. Let's do this. See what this does. That seems okay. Medium. Seems fine. High. Oh, it must be my frames in VSync. Keep it at 60, no issues. Yeah, that seems okay, and I have it on high right now. Let's click save settings and back out. Looks okay. 90. You're not going to see more than 60. So I mean, and this is not exactly a high FPS game or anything like that. So it's not like every frame counts. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay. All right. That static sound is from the game. I know. I don't know what the idea was of that, but here we are. Spirit, thank you for the 13 months. Dude, I'm so fearful to have anything else going. For right now, we're just gonna start. This is FLATHEAD. This is made by the same people that did Mortuary Assistant, and all that I know is that this is basically a game of like over-under. Except you're supposedly wagering your life. So, okay. I guess we'll start on easy just to see how it goes, and we'll go from there. Oh, shit. What is that in front of me? What is that? Is that just like some good? Is that me? Hi, coach. Looks like a mirror. Okay. All right. So There's that lady. Oh, that's weird. I'm holding down and it's going up. That's weird. I don't like it. Chrissy, wake up. Okay. I got... You guys want to watch some TV? Is that a no? Hi, Irish. I don't know what's going on. I can't. Okay. I'm just going to keep hitting this because I don't... Oh, wait. That didn't make that go down anymore. That's weird. Tell me all the things. I don't know what I'm doing. That's okay. There's some lady up there. She's watching us. We'll be fine. Okay. Oh, it says hold. Ding dong. Hello? Yeah, we did it. Oh, what the hell, man? Little Nightmares? I do know Little Nightmares. Yeah, I do. Oh, that's framey. I can see it now. I can see it now. Hold on. Oh, god damn it, dude. I hate... Is there a way to turn off the static when you go to the menu? That's awful. Hi, back up. Dude on the right. I saw dude on the right. So why all of a sudden did that just start going hammer sandwich? Is it because we're on that? I could try this. Let's just see. Save? Sure. It's still framey. Oh, it's not even the game. It's fucking OBS. It's like hopping back and forth. Why is OBS taking up so much? All right, hold on. Hold on. You know what it is sometimes? Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if this does it. Yeah, OBS needs to calm its T's. Why is it going so nuts? That's better. It's still a little bit choppy every now and then. When I go like this, it's still a little choppy. OBS has been acting up. Dude, yeah, it was using up so much of the GPU. This doesn't look like TBT. Are you sure? Yeah, dude. I don't think there's a way. Let me do this again. Oh my god, that's fucking... Maybe that's how they keep you out of the menu. Maybe that's what it is. Like, hey, if we make this sound god-awful... That seems better. That seems better. I don't know what the graphics are going to be like, but it seems... Ugh, it seems fine. I say we just go with it. I know the graphics aren't going to be the best they could be, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Okay. Court! Guess who's in the hospital about to have a baby? I don't know who. Oh my god. Congrats, friend. Oh my god. Please take your time. Don't feel like you need to rush and let us know what's happening. But please let us know what's happening. Hi, Mr. Chinggis. Oh, yes, please be safe. Oh, we're so excited for you, friend. Oh my god. Don't mind us. We're just trying this out. All right. Dude, okay, if there's one thing I don't like... Oh, it like stops you. Like, okay, so when I go to here, right? This lets me go to here. But if I try to go lower, it's really weird. It's forcing me to go up. That's a little weird. Stored, temporary. And then there's this guy. And what was that? Thank you, Apocrypha. Oh. Was there something over there? Am I crazy? I'm great. Whatever. All right, start. Two. Make your own luck. What does that mean? I feel like it's going to be over. So I'm assuming what we're supposed to do here, because I don't really know, is that you wager if it's going to be, the next number is going to be under or over. So I have a feeling, I swear it's going to be under and it's going to be a 1. What the fuck? I told you there was something there. All right, over. That's some bullshit. Did you see that? All right, let's try this again. Over or under? What do we think? Over or under? It's a 6. Oh my God, look at the face. What the fuck? Under? Over? I think it's gonna be over. Instincts. Instincts. I think as you get more wrong, this starts to progress. It does sound like somebody's walking around, and I think it's this thing back here. Was that blur? Okay. I don't know what to do. Transfer? Oh, I stored one. Okay. Two. Oh, we've played this game before. Okay, I should push this button. Make your own luck. Dude, I don't know why it sounds like something's right behind me, but I really, really don't like it. Oh, shit. Under? Do we think under? Under? Okay. I'm so nervous. Okay. 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 I think we should transfer these. Do I need 5? It sounds like something's right behind me. Can you move it all? No, I'm in a chair. I'm literally stuck to a chair. Okay. Oh my God, the face, bro. Okay. Okay, so what now? Do we just keep going? What? It sounds like something's right in my bro. Pay what you owe? Hi, Emery. Oh, God. That was round one. Jesus. Round one. Fight. Okay. Oh, my God. Look at that face. I don't know how many rounds there are. I don't know. I don't know. All right. It's a 6. It's a 6. I feel like this is like a once a, I don't know. I'm guessing once a round kind of thing. All right, 6. One would think over, right? I don't know. We were fooled before. Can you turn the lights on? Oh, the lights are on, aren't they? What did that do? What did that do? What I don't know what I did. Hey. Hey. Keeps the thing behind you from moving closer. Oh. Oh, that thing we heard. Oh. Dude, if it's a 2, I swear to God. Over, right? Over. Okay. And I think if you leave them in here, I think it like almost, I don't know why I have 3 all of a sudden. But I have a feeling you're gambling this. It's definitely what it seems like. $13. I feel like we got to go under. You need 5 to exit, right? I feel like it's got to be under. That face, bro. Over, under. Yeah, I'm going under. We're going under. Woo! Oh, what's the Wheel of Fate? Oh, we got to do it. I don't know what this is, but I feel like it's inevitable. I feel like we have to do it. Wheel of Fate time? No? What do you mean? But it's so shiny. But it's but it's so new. I got to do it. Hey. Hey, how are you? What does that mean? What does that mean? Hey, hey. What does that mean? It waits. What does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? All right. Transfer. Start. Let me start. Hey, quick question. What the f is that? 3. I'm going over. Come on. Don't toy with my emotions. Yes. Transfer. 5. Oh no! I owe 5 more? Oh shit. We made a mistake. We need 10. 17. Under. Fuck! Oh fuck! I I don't know what's behind us, but I don't think it's something good. I don't know what that is. I hate this. Okay. Over. Okay. Okay. Six. Under? I don't know if I can go under, man. That's not a lot of choices. Whatever that is, it's getting closer. We're in such deep doo-doo. We're in such deep doo-doo. I made a mistake. Okay. I know what we're gonna do. Oh, I didn't transfer it yet. I was like, why is it not working? You silly goose. All right, round 3. Okay. We're getting a better idea of what we need to do here. We need 15. Okay. Oh, shut up. Oh, over under. This is... Under would be the safe bet, but... You really hate that face? What? This one? Goes up 5 each round. Yeah, I think so. And I... Why is he looking at me? Bro, F off. Do we do the Wheel of Fate again? I think that guy wants me to do the Wheel of Fate. He's just a friend. He's just a buddy. Do it. We're doing it. Hey. It's good to see you again. Wheel of Fate. Come on, big bucks. No whammies. Add 1 light use. How many light uses do I normally have? All right. Let's go for it. Now, I wonder if there's a penalty for using this, for the make your own luck thing. You think there's a penalty for using that, or is it like a one-time use kind of thing? I don't know. Does the man get closer? It sounds like it does. It sure sounds like it does. I'm not sure, though. I don't know if it gets closer to us or not. Should I do the make my own luck? I'm just going to do it. Get rid of the 3. Get rid of the 3. Get rid of the 3. It was under. If I didn't do that, I probably would have lost. 10. Over, under. I'm gonna go over, I think. I'm gonna go over. Under? You think? Oh, dude. Store first. Can I? Ugh. I don't think I can. It's too late for us. No, it's too late. It's too late. F it. Shit. That face is so creepy. I'm still trying to figure out the game, man. Get out of here, dude. So store before rolling. No, because the more that you have here, it's the more you're gambling with. And that's what I was doing, basically. Was gambling with the amount that was there. You need 15. Yeah. Yeah. So I can, look, I can do this. And it transfers, but look, I'm only transferring 1. You understand? That's the problem. Yeah. Under. Effed up slot machine, basically. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Under. Okay. That thing sounds really close, man. $13 over under. Under? I'm thinking under. I'm feeling under on this one. Yeah. Dude, it's like it's breathing on my neck. It's like it's breathing on my neck. Godspeed. Aww. If you said over, well, and you're right, well, I'm sorry. Oh, shit. All right. I feel like I gotta gamble it. I feel like I have to gamble it. I feel like I have to gamble what I have. Do you hear that, mother? Transfer it? Okay. 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 Oh my God, I can't. Over. Over, under. Over? Are we thinking over or under? Under? All right, we'll go under. Okay. I think you need to turn on the lights. I couldn't turn on the lights anymore. I think what happens is I think you only have so many uses. And look here. I think this tells me how many uses I have. Many disturbed. Yes. But yeah, we did get achievements though. So that is good. That's true. Unintentional. Creepy shit. Sleeping with the lights on tonight. Holy hell, dude. Oh my God. This face. Good grief. So we go again? Give it another go? We're not like, by no means are we trying to like master this tonight. How many overnight light uses do you have IRL? If these go out, we might freak out a little bit. Might freak out a little bit. All right, let's try it again. We know we're doing a little bit now. All right, 11. Over under. Draco! Thank you for the 9 months. It's a Tweesh baby. What are we going to have? What's its name? We can name it after whatever this guy's name is. Oh, we have to name him. We need to give this guy a name. I feel like every like random character we run into in a game, we've got to name him. Lester. Oh, Lester's pretty good. Polly. Looks like a Phil. Think it looks like a Phil? Frederick. Frederick William III. Bob, Alan, Simon, Greg, Stan, Fred. No, Fred was in the other game. Burf. Burf. Chuck. Sorry, Chuck. So many good names. He looks like a... Bert. Herman. You like Lester? I like Lester. Lester sounds pretty creepy. No offense if anyone's named Lester. Brock, Gunter, Bob. Oh, no, Bob's also good. Do you want to be Bob? Sarah. This could be Sarah. You want this to be Sarah? Bartleby. Oh yeah, we've got to choose. Under. Sarah and Lester. Sounds like a pretty good combo. Sarah and Lester. I like it. I like it. So Sarah, Lester, and we're not going to name the thing behind us because there's nothing behind us. There's nothing behind it. This is Sarah. This is Lester. There are 2 buddies. All right, let's do this again. One. We like that one. That's a good one. Okay. So now we have 3. So what we could do, I'm assuming it's 1 a turn. So this would be the gimme. Because I have 3 there. We do this here. Although that thing behind us sounds like it walks a lot faster when we do that. Okay. And then whatever the hell that thing is that's there, what looks to be a head mixed with a torso, mixed with... I don't know. I got nothing. I don't know. Sorry. The sound just went away. My bad. There we go. Okay. Hey, bud. Lester, Sarah, good to see you. Peeping Tom. Is that who's behind us? 11. Over under. 11. This game gives you the chills, dude. It's creepy. Hearing the thing behind us is totally unnecessary. Over. Oh my God. This one is very much so near the middle. Very much so near the middle. Over for Sarah. I think the majority, I don't know though. There's a bunch of unders though. We're going to go under. Majority said under, so we're going to go under. Good job, team. All right. We need 10. Okay. Eight. You want to say over. You want to say over, right? Majority of the numbers are above. Under this time? Under for Lester. Do we risk it for the biscuit and go under, even though it's less? You know what? This is for you. This is for you. We're going under. It's Lester's fault. It's Lester's fault. Never trusting Lester ever again. Sarah, way to go. Look how happy she is about it. All right, we're going over. Was that right about the lights? Yeah, there goes one. Okay, I think we have 2 more uses. I think we have 2 more uses on the lights. Okay. Out here having the time of our nightmares. Okay. Oh, come on, man. Under. Oh, God. Oh, Wheel of Fate. Yep, sure. Sounds good. Oh, my God. Please. Give us plus 10. Just give us plus 10, please. We gotta go for it. Time's running out. Fucking hell. Over. Okay, we need 10. We have 4 stored. Is it going up by 1 or is it actually multiplying? So nerve-wracking. Does it make it not multiply anymore? Just 1. So there's literally no point in having it in there then. Mouth breather. It's right behind me. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. It's your fault. Yeah, it's your fault, Lester. Oh, what the shit? God damn it. The last two went under. I'm going over. It sounds like it's right behind me. Over under. Over. All right, we're gonna go over. Okay. It's Lester's fault. Don't blame Lester. Gosh darn it. All right, so we suck at this apparently. So apparently we suck at this, Lester. You and your buddy too. Hold on, I'm gonna do this. Okay, I wanna turn on the lights. I wanna turn on the lights and try to turn around and see what's behind us. It was loud as shit last time, but we're gonna try it anyway. Oh, well, let me do it yet. Over. Yeah, I want to see what's back there. Yeah, we did it. Oh, I can do it now. Oh, I think you can actually see what's coming. All right, hold on. I have another idea. I think I have another idea. Hold on. I have an idea. Oh, fuck. I can't do the lights right now. Why can't I do the lights? I was going to do this combo. Shit. I mean, it's dangerous when I get ideas. It was going to be a good one. I was going to hit the lights and hit this at the same time because then it moves faster. Like, I want to see what's back there. Oh, I didn't transfer it. Multiplies. I think the higher rounds, I think the higher you go, I think the faster it gets. You don't want to know what's back there? Oh, and it carries over. We have one stored. Interesting. Go under. We'll go under and see what happens. Good deal. Hey, Mountain Dew, welcome back. All right, listen here, Lester. Ooh, we're gonna do this. Shit. Let me do it. Won't let me do it. It won't let me do it. Snooze them. Snooze them. There we go. All right. It doesn't sound that close yet. That was a good noise impression. Thank you. So does that mean I can do this again? Uh-oh. Really, the point of this one is not to win anyway, but I figured I'd try. The fuck? All right. Oh, I don't know what that is, but it's there. Ah! What are you looking at? You creep? Look back at the ceiling. No one's talking to you. Avert your eyes. Lester? Look at him. You creep. He's just standing there. Menacingly. All right, we're going under. Shh, Sarah, calm down. All right, I think I should try the light now. Or not. Sorry. Shit. I'm doing it anyway. Fuck you, nerd. Yo, that mother effer's got tentacles or something. What the hell? Sarah said, She tried to warn us. It's too late, Sarah. All right, we're just gonna go. You know what? We're just gonna speed round it. Speed round. Speed round. Shit! Made a mistake. It's Doc Ock. It might be. Oh, I have another light usage? It's fine. Everything's fine. Wheel of Fate! Sorry, Doc Ock. We gotta see what we got. Hey, Sly Girl, how's it going? Shamo! Oh, F you. Thanks, Lester. So what is the point in being able to know where that thing is? So there has to be a reason. You get 3 uses of it. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I was hoping it would go another one. Maybe it slows it down. Maybe. Shut up, Lester. It's very close. 4. That'd be 5. Go again. I'm gonna go under again. Ooh. That's 8. We need 2 more. Over. I don't think it's looking good. I think over. I think over. Sarah, stop it. We're going over. All right. I don't think we've won this one yet. Does it give us like another chance? Subject came back from the edge, it says. It sounds very close, dude. Oh, whatever, man. Matt Strawberry, thank you for the 7 months. This is hot garbage. Liquid hot garbage. Gosh, dang it. Oh, it's him again. 10. Yeah, ads. I couldn't stop him anymore. Under this time? Yeah. Yeah, let's try. Under. I like it. There we go. Oh! Oh, and it gives us a free one. Yeah, there we go. On to round 3. No, you don't. Oh, gosh darn it. All right, Lester and Sarah. All right, 13. Over, under. Over, under. You need an adult? Me too. Mine's upstairs. She's probably going to bed. She's probably going to sleep. Under? All right, let's try it. Way to go, chat. Hey, Pamster. I'm good. How are you? How's the game? It's good. It's creepy as shit. I like how simplistic it is. You know what? Never mind. I hate it. It's awful. It's the worst. What an awful game. So stupid. Dumb. God. This is bullshit. I swear to God, if it's over, it's 18. Literally can only be 19 or 20. Shall we look behind? Sure. Sarah? Sarah! Come back! Okay, she's there. We're fine. I can't do the lights. We gotta pick. We gotta pick. We gotta pick. Over. Woo! There we go. All right, now let's take a peek. Oh, God. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Just walking down the hallway. Oh my God. All of these keep landing right in the middle. Under? Over? All right, we'll go over. Wheel of Fate. Yes, please. It's like a break. Doc Ock's too shiny. I don't like it. Hi, Lester. Hey, how are you? So sweet. You're like Iron Man from Wish. Like you don't have like the little thing in your chest. You just have this random Edison bulb sticking out of your stomach. I'm cool with it. Okay, another light use. So whatever that is. I don't know if it slows him down or not. I'm assuming it does. Oh, come on. Over, under. Over, under. It gives you the creep. This whole thing gives me the creeps, dude. Last one was over. Over again? Under. Under. Fuck. Stop staring at me, Sarah. I'm sorry. I failed you. Oh shit, he's really close now. I think we're in trouble. I should not play this game. That's what this is telling me. Hey, you shouldn't play this. Apparently your luck is just not very good. It's right behind me, man. Son of a bitch. Just give me a hug. You big goofy bastard. Why is it not moving anymore? Why is it not moving anymore? Lester? Lester? Hello? Should I just hit the button? It's too quiet. Should I take a look? Should I take a look? I can't see anything. The lights don't go back. The lights are not there. He was like waiting. The lights only go so far down the hallway, so it wouldn't help us. Oh, there he is. Hey. Dead center. Dead center. Over, under. I don't know, man. This is right. It's right in the middle. Literally goes down to 1 up to 20. It sounds very uncomfortable. Yeah, it's not good. Think over. Okay. Irish, we're going over for you. We're going over for you. Okay. Good call. Whew. Good call. We're back. All right. We still have to get 15, though. A 4 a time with the Wheel of Fate would just be... Bro sounds like he's... Oh, eat a shit! We got one. way that its head melted that time. Ugh. Oh, come on, man. That's literally 3 10s in a row. What is this? God damn it. Is this even random? I don't know. If it is, we got some shit luck in this game. Oh, you like the whale language? Yeah, that does sound like a whale. So mixed, man. Under? Yeah, I'll try. We'll try under. Don't die. Okay. Never mind. We shall now speak into the inevitable butthole. And it's gone. Damn it, man. You know, someone said that earlier that we haven't clicked on the help button. We should check that out. Oh, that's nice. 2 numbers. See one, guess the other. What? More. Oh, okay. When you make luck, they make haste. Don't let them catch you. They won't move in the light, so that's how we slow them down in the light. Do not fear failure. Celebrate rebirth. Rebirth! Today was special! What if I look back there and he's back there just playing an instrument? Wait, we already did this. We did this already. We did that. We did that already. Yeah, the light. Yeah. You can see how many seconds it lasts over there. And it's gone. 13. Over under. There he goes. I don't know if it resets or not. Lucky number 13. We're going to go under. Ooh. Sarah, you see how close that was? Oh my God. Oh, I got to be careful saying that because you're starting things on my phone. Oh, do you think this is going to be spicy? I bet it'll be spicy. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet this ends up being a 2 or a 1? I got a feeling, man. Ziggy, thank you for the 15. I got a feeling. I'll gift a sub if it's under. All right. Shit. I went for it, man. I went full send. And it's good. I felt like it was going to trick me, okay? I felt like it was going to go under. I owe you guys one? Shit. Morgan, thank you for gifting a sub. Oh, I felt bad. No, don't you dare feel bad. Look, I'm the one behind. I have the trigger in my hand. I pulled. It was my fault. Shut up. Gonna meditate as soon as the monster gets close? That's fair. I keep thinking it's gonna be cheeky, and it doesn't be cheeky. Well, it's a good thing I stored the 3 that I had. You hate this? How do you think I feel? Store it. Sarah's disappointed. Yeah. Sarah's a little upset with our shenanigans. Oh, F your face so much. Like, come on, man. How many cheeky spins is this gonna do? All right. Try this again. 15. Lester hates us. Lester's a jerk. Bing bong. Hit him with the lights. Do one of those. 13. Over under. 13. It's risky. It's risky for the bisky. Over. All right, go over. GG's. Nice. Both. Okay. Roger that. All right. We need 10, so I've got to risk it. I wonder if I could do this. Wait, it's got to be over. Wheel of Fate. What I was trying to do, I was hoping I could like turn the lights on while doing that at the same time to make him basically stop moving. Hey. Give us something good, man. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I have an extra light usage. Under. Gotta transfer it. We had 10. All right, do this. I couldn't risk that. Couldn't risk it. Escape. We have time, though. We have time. We might as well make use of it. Get rid of the 20. Get rid of the 20. Oh. That would have been risky. That's twice. So the question is, will I have 6 on the next one? Flee! Will I have 6 on the next one? I do. It carries over. So you use your time as much as you can. You don't just get out of there. We have 6 stored. So what I could do... We have to. We gotta go under. Good. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll do this guy, followed by that guy. We'll do this. Wheel of Fate. Gotta go for it. So that's kind of like the trick. That's kind of the trick. By turning on the lights, starting the thing, and then doing the test year or whatever thing, it's not moving when it should be going faster. Right, Lester? Lester gets it. Come on. Give us 4 times plus 10. Both great options. It waits. I don't like... I'm assuming it's talking about the thing, but how long does it wait? Like, for how long? I hear no walking. Maybe for 1 turn? Peggy, thank you for the 23 months. All right, let's do this. Do this, followed by this. 7. Oh, it's over. $16. Okay. I don't know where the thing is. I hear it now. I hear it now. I hear it now. Got another one. Yeah, I saw it. I'm gonna use it now. Hit the start. 7. Get rid of the 3 and the 5 and it's over. Boom. Nice. So then I transfer those 3 over and then boom. Nice. What is happening? What is happening? Are we about to be absorbed by a black hole? Hey, did we beat it? Nice. Let's go, dude. Hey, we did it. Nicely done. And look at that. Total guesses, 23. Wrong guesses, 4. Right guesses, 19. Cells earned, 62. Cells lost, 2. Final round, 4. Nice, dude. Nicely done. Nicely done. Holy shit. Dude, this is rad. This is cool, man. I like this a lot. Again, I think I just really like how simplistic it is. Super neat. It's a fun game that we can play together where we can do over-under stuff. If we fail, we have to do things. You know, we can come up with all kinds of ideas. But that's rad, man. This is great. It looks good. Easy to play. Look, we figured out what we're supposed to do. Nice. Nice. Terrifying, but lovely. Terrifying, but lovely. Give up. Yes, give up. All right. Holy moly, man. All right, we're not going anywhere or anything like that. We're just switching it up. We're just switching it up. Woo! Everyone okay? Anyone need a break? Anyone need a break? Peace of mind. Hey, we beat it. That's what I care about. Mr. Nomad, thank you for the 9 months. So there is another game I want to try. There is another game I want to try before we switch over. Because what I will probably do is we'll probably end with Phasmo. Doll Imposter? No, I'm not interested in playing that game anymore. No, there's another game. Hopefully itch.io doesn't crap the bed on me. If this breaks, we know it's the app itself. Let's for clarity. Oh my god. Sorry, hold on. Where is the Hi, Jack. How are you, friend? Holy shit, is this loud? Let's for clarity. So, this is supposed. It is loud. How do I turn it down? What if I hit start and try to do it from there? Where's Walt? Yeah, it's like a horror version of it. It's like a horror version. Because I can just turn my main volume down. But the issue with that is if I turn the main one down, I mean, I guess I could. I just don't know if there's any like volume things on this game. Maybe if I hit start, it'll show up. Let's try that. Let's try that. Why, hello there. All right. Why do I have a feeling that it's still really loud? Let me see how loud it is. What I could do is this. How's this? Is that better? Is that better? Better? I turned it down. A lot better? Okay. Is it a good balance between me and the game? Sounds good? Okay. All right, let me get away from this. Does this even have a category? It does. Let's find Larry. It doesn't have any artwork, though. Let's find Larry. Game Grumps played this? Oh, man. All right. Again, this is supposed, from what I from what I saw, I haven't even watched someone really play this all the way through or anything. Is that Impractical Jokers? The only thing that I know is this is supposed to be like kind of like a Where's Waldo style game, except it's not as kiddo friendly. So I guess we'll see. Why, hello there. What do I don't know how to progress forward. Hi, what do I do? I can't hit anything. I'm clicking around the screen. It's not doing shit. Did I break it? Did I break it? Oh. Okay, no, because I can do that. Why, hello there. Hi, what do I do with you? I can do this. Find him. Oh, okay. I can't move more than this. Rain, thank you for 22 months. This is the only movement that I'm capable of doing. Look at the magnify. Are we just yelling out random shit? Go buy a box of Mike and Ike's. Crawl on the floor. Yeah, I tried the arrow keys. Tried this. That's all that'll do. Maybe I restart the game. Let's restart the game. Let's do that. Every button on the keyboard just starts sliding. Drink ranch soda. Eat a butt. Where is that man? Rain, listen to this banger. You know what it sounds like on the "Where is that man" part? It sounds like it's using one of those toys from the 90s. You know what I'm talking about? The one you turn upside down and it goes. I wanted the song to come back so we can hear it again. It was. Yeah, the groan tube. Listen, hold on. Wait for it. Wait, it's this part right here. Listen, listen. All right. Here he goes. Oh, hey, how are you? Hi. Oh, shit. I still can't do anything. Oh, no. Hey, there we go. It was spacebar. My name's Findo. I love finding people. It's fun. Let me introduce you to some of the controls. Yes, please. Go ahead and press A or D on the keyboard. Yeah, we've already done that part. Wow, you just made the whole world spin. I'm not ignoring fate. Hi, fate. I'm so sorry. We're trying to talk to Findo. I feel like I'm gonna hurl. Awesome. Oh my God. Rotating is great for finding a new perspective to look from. Or so they say. Only one more thing, 1 sec. Okay. It's not going to be in the clip. It wouldn't be in the clip. I kind of want to add it. I kind of want to add it in because then... Because the blurb pop-up is there. I might add it later. That was really good. That was really good timing. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh my God. Hi, Hyper. Oh, that was so funny. That... So yeah, if somebody clipped it, I appreciate you. I'll add the sound later. Thank you. All right. Hey, down here, it's me. Must be pretty tough to see me from all the way up there. Press right mouse button to zoom in. Ah! Now click on me with the left mouse button. Oh my God. You're a natural. Well, you're all set to go. Gonna go find some people. Click on that big old arrow in the corner and have fun. All right. We were told to have fun. What a beautiful day. Look at that guy. Hey. I went to go take a walk in the park. And then I saw him. I never forget his face. What a weird statement. My best friend from high school, Larry. Oh, that's his friend from high school. He's the talk of the town. We haven't seen each other in years. It's great to see you, Larry. Anything else around? That's cool, though. You can look around the entire thing. That's pretty rad.
You found Larry.
We found Larry. We did it. Click an apple. That does nothing. Oh, look at all these people. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Where's Larry? Is Larry still there? Larry. Oh, there's Larry. I see him. Hi, Larry.
You found Larry.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Bye, Larry. Oh, geez. There's many more people. Where's Larry now? Is that Larry? Are you Larry?
You found Larry.
We found him again. Larry handsome? Larry is handsome. Larry's a handsome boy. Yes, he is. Larry. Oh, yuck. Oh, my God. What happened to that guy? So is Larry not pulsing like the rest of them? Is that what's happening? What a cutie patootie. I see him. He's over here. I see you.
You found Larry.
We found him. Oh my. Just look at some of the people. Holy moly. Let's see. Mamma mia. Where's Larry? Larry, wait, are you pulsing? That's not Larry, right? He wasn't pulsing in the rest of them. Is he pulsing now? This kind of looks like him. Is that not Larry? I'm confuzzled. All of these are pulsing. All of those are. All of those are. All of these are. I like that guy. Oh, rotate. Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot we could even do that. You're right. There he is. That was a good call.
You found Larry.
We found Larry. Totally forgot. Totally forgot we could rotate. All right. Larry. Oh, Larry. Where you at, Larry? Larry, where'd you go, bucko? Boom, boom, ba-doom, da-boom, boom. Larry's short. Yeah, a little bit. I see him, though. He's right there.
You found Larry.
We found you, Larry. I see him. Let's see here. We got lots of peeps. Lots of peeps. Look at all these peeps. I like them. Look at all of them. There's Larry.
You found Larry.
Are you following me? No. Just happen to be in the same area. Jeez, why is it always got to be about you, Larry? Yeah, why can't it be about that guy over there that I can't zoom in on? Can I zoom in on him now? Nope. Can I zoom in on him now? Nope, it really doesn't want us to look at that guy. So I guess we're just not. I see you, Larry. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna say, it wouldn't let me click on him. I see him, though.
You found Larry.
He's the talk of the town. Oh, what was that in the corner? There's like a little guy over here. Larry, where'd you go? Where's that? I see you. Whoa. Whoa. That was weird. Okay. That was okay. Where did he? Wasn't he right here? Am I crazy? Hi, Tornazan. Larry has an infectious disease. He was right there. Where? Oh, I see. Oh, there he is. But why won't it let me click on him though? There he is.
You
Got him.
found Larry.
Oh my God! Look at his eyes. Excuse me. It made me click the next button like 4 times. What's that thing doing on top of the roof? All right. Larry, where are you, friend? Do we see a Larry? Larry, where'd you go? It's Black or Larry. No, I tried. You talking about the thing on the roof? I looked over at it twice. Why is that guy standing out? Looks pretty cool though. I like him. I like him. Where the hell's Larry? Is he in the crowd of people over there? I don't see anything moving. Larry or the number guy that was ripping the... Listen. Where's Larry, damn it? Am I crazy? Let's zoom in a little bit here. Let's look around, yeah? Larry, where'd you go, bucko? Maybe if we collectively call him like a cat. Psst, 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 psst. I mean, there's a shadow thing freaking out on top of the building over there. So I thought, oh, maybe that's him and he'll just eventually just show up. But it didn't happen that way. Oh, my. Window. Oh, good eye. I didn't even think that they would actually do that.
You found Larry.
Hey, quit it. Old sneaky Larry. Oh, they all have sunglasses on. And there's more shadow peeps on the roof. Larry, you wouldn't be wearing sunglasses now, would you? Is it the Men in Black? Larry Stalker, no. We're just obsessively shadowing him.
You found Larry.
Stop following me or I'll call the fuzz. Jeez, that's the fuzz. I think Larry likes it that we keep following him. Okay. Why was he so easy to see? I don't like that at all. Why is he so easy to see?
You found Larry.
Help, somebody, stalker. No, I just want to talk to you. Why did the music just change so much? Oh, I see you, Larry. Hey, bud.
You found Larry.
You said please. Hi, Aldi. Larry, relax. Just want to take some pictures. Oh, the Middlewood Mall. Oh, he is going to call Paul Blart, whatever his name is. The mall cop. Hi, Larry.
You found Larry.
Oh, do you think of the 27 buns? Oh, you shush your butt. Oh, we're in the mall. Oh, that's cool. Hi, Roxy. Look, they have stinky food, awesome jeans, beauty bongos, big gulps, huh? All right. Well, see you later. We fix phone. Cool clothes. Around the Halloween masks. Cool clothes. Okay, we already saw it. Okay. Stinky food's perfect for you? Whatever. Okay. Okay. Where's Larry? Larry, we just want to talk to you. Come on, Larry, show up. Let's see here. I don't immediately see him. I figured he'd be hiding behind like a tree or something. Oh, I see him. I see you. How do I wait? Why can't I click on you? Look at Larry. Larry, you silly goose. He's right next to the Michael Myers, the jack-o'-lantern, and the Scream mask.
You found Larry.
Hi, Larry. No, go next, Larry. Next. Did you guys play that? Was that in the game? Oh my. Toilets. This is Chiba. This is literally just a picture of Chiba. Just we need to add carpet, cats, a vacuum. But yeah, close enough. All right, where's Larry? I don't know. Would he be with the rest of the peeps though? Would that be too obvious? I was zoomed in. Oh my God, he's back there. There he is. Oh shit. Sorry, I was too busy looking at the toilet sign. My bad. How do you have friends so mean? Listen.
You found Larry.
If he wasn't my friend, I wouldn't do that. That's how you know we're friends. Hi, Larry. Good to see you again. Sorry, were you going potty? My bad. My bad. Oh, we're actually in the bathroom now. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, Larry is terrified. Oh, it went away. Oh, it's like normal now. Okay, that was freaking weird. You forgot it was a horror game? Welcome back. Larry. Oh. Sorry.
You found Larry.
We found him. Oh, we can win a car. Larry, get out of that car, you silly goose. Why is Larry in the car?
You found Larry.
Hi, Larry. Do we win you or the car? Oh, it's Frogger. Oh my God, is Larry gonna literally be in one of the cars? No shot. No shot, Larry.
You found Larry.
Larry!
You found Larry.
What did you do? Hi, Larry.
You found Larry.
Oh my God. How many times do we find him? I like that the music is still very chipper. I'm assuming he's going to be in one of the windows, right? Is that a safe assumption? Wait. Wait. Why? Why can't I turn anymore? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I can't. What? Jesus Christ. Where'd he go? Larry? Oh, I get... Confused devil? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hi, Junebug. What? Noticed you've been keeping a close eye on somebody. That was a jump scare? We like finding people too. Recognize this rat? I know he's close. I can smell him. We'd like a little word with him. He's a slippery SOB. Devil, thank you so much for the raid, man. How was stream? Proven to be difficult to track down. But you seem to be doing just fine. I don't know why he yelled at me. I'm not somebody you want to upset. Stay on his tail if you know what's good for you. You'll lead us right to him. He.
Larry isn't here.
So we're playing Let's Find Larry, which is basically Where's Waldo, but if it was a horror game. So yeah, this turned quick. But he's right there. Am I supposed to find him in this shit? Are you kidding me? Dude, I can't see a damn thing. I have lights in my face. I can't see this. I broke everyone emotionally. Why would you do that? Why would you go and do such a thing? Start looking? Yeah, I guess we don't have a choice. Better get stronger glasses. Fate, I swear. New BRB screen. I played My Child. Oh, I've never even heard of that before. Well, this is the only way I can see is by doing it like this. So this is gonna be how we look, I guess. What does that say? I don't know. I can't read what that says. Larry, where are you? Larry, where's Larry? Larry. Emotionally distressing game. Oh gosh, I might have to check it out. Do the bins open? Oh, great question. Nitro, what a great freaking question. Wouldn't even have thought that those were actually something you could interact with. Is homie hiding in a can? What a great suggestion. Have you checked your boat? No, skeet up, bot up. Larry, where are you? Oh, there's a bin over here that I haven't tried. No. One over there.
Larry isn't here.
It makes me click on all that so Larry isn't here? Larry? Larry, what have you been up to? Jeez. Ah, there was a bin over here. I can't. There it is. All right. Let's try these ones. We tried all those. Tried all those. This one I haven't tried. What am I missing? Sorry, I'm skipping ads to the best of my abilities. Please don't crash, game. Please don't crash. Okay. We're fine. I think I got all the bins. I think I did. Missed one? Where'd I miss? Oh, there's one.
Larry isn't here.
Where'd my mouse go? Oh shit, I can't see my mouse. Uh-oh. Oh god. Not again. Yeah, I literally can't see my mouse. There's a next button under my camera that you can't see. Oh, there we go. It came back. Yay. Hi, Larry. Oh my Jesus Christ. You saw them, didn't you? Listen. They took my family. They took them. I don't know what they've done. And now they're coming for me. They're relentless. Anywhere I go, they always follow me. They'll never stop. No, 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 no. There's no escape. Help me, please. I'm gonna die. Ah! Is someone kicking a can? Oh my god, they are here. Please. Sorry. Oh no. point out where he's hiding. Do it now. Oh, I think we should lie. I think we should lie. How do I lie? Rat him out. He's in there. I don't think we have a choice. I can't cover for him. How? It won't let me pick anywhere else. I'm trying, Larry. I'm trying to save Larry. F Larry. I think we have to. I don't think we have a choice. I keep trying to send them over here. Oh, Larry, I'm so sorry, dude. I think I got to do it.
You found Larry.
Yeah, we found Larry. He's awfully happy running away.
You found Larry.
Hi, Larry. Excuse me. You see him? The fact that he's not in a cage is really upsetting me. I see him.
You found Larry.
Oh my God. Larry's not happy. Larry is not happy. Why is there just pools of blood? Hey, Breadsticks, how are you? Don't mind us. Just playing our normal Wednesday game. It's Kool-Aid. Oh, it's juice. Okay. All right, that's fine. What do you ask so many questions? I don't know. Curiosity, I guess. I don't see Larry. Where's Larry hiding? Larry. Larry. Larry spilled a little too much? Maybe. Whoa, I see it. Was that him? No. Oh, I got excited. The wall was freaking out. Thought I saw him. Oh, there he is. How the hell do I get to him?
You found Larry.
Yeah, when he was behind a person. He was behind that person. Oh my God. What is this?
You found Larry.
Larry just took off. What's another one of these? I see him already.
You found Larry.
Larry, where are you going? Come on, we just want to talk to you. It's this guy again. Good job. The fool has ran into a building up ahead. We got him trapped on the rooftop. This is the night, boys. I feel like that's his voice. You'll be able to get a nice, clean shot on. Clean shot? Take this?
You found 50 caliber sniper rifle.
Yay! Where's like the kid applause? Where's that at? Ads are about to start, by the way. I'm so sorry. I can't snooze them anymore. You found a 50 cal. Yay! Oh, it's like setting the scene. It's like putting us on top of a building. Sorry, Larry. Look, I was hired to do a job. You bastard! Now, see, I didn't do that part. See, I didn't do that. Nope. Nope, that was all him. That was all Larry. Nice one, kid. You don't know how long we've been after this mother effer. We got you trapped now, no escape. He just fell off a building. You weren't hiding for long enough. I dedicated half of my life hunting you down. Time's up. Willie Mack! But I'm just cut the shit! Take it off! You son of a bitch! When I heard the fuzz caught you and put you behind bars, it was the worst day of my life. I thought this moment would never come. The moment where I put a bullet through your sick skull. Larry? 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 Jesus Christ! I don't think I want to find him anymore. Why do I have a magnifying glass and a pointer? Something. Oh. What? Couldn't just leave me alone, could ya? Larry, it's me, your friend from high school. Oh my God. How do you say that? I think you went Arnold on me. Thought I had a good thing going till you came along and ruined everything. Looks like I need a new place to hide. I wonder if you'll scream as much as he did. Oh shit! Oh no, I'm in the game now? Oh my God. Where do I go? Oh my God, where do I go? Oh shit! Oh my God.
Distressing news coming from the quiet town of Middlewood this morning, where a dismembered body of a man was discovered today in Middlewood Park. The police cordoned off the park and discovered trash bags that had been buried underground. Trash bags containing severed body parts. Attempts to identify the body have proven difficult, as the authorities state that the face of the man had been removed. The police are asking for anyone to step forward with any information, or anyone who might have seen or heard anything in Middlewood Park between the hours of 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. The extreme graphic nature of this crime bears an uncanny resemblance to the Willie Mack murders that haunted the town for many years. Willie Mack, notorious for the murder and mutilation of 17 people between 1996 and 1999. Some of the most graphic of the murders committed in the town of Middlewood. In the year 2001,
I don't think it's good for
he was
us.
apprehended and sentenced to life in prison.
I don't think it's good for us.
Although, only last year, Mr. Mack was presumed dead when a prisoner transport vehicle relocating him crashed and burst into flames.
Larry's just misunderstood. That's what it is. He's a great guy. He's really great deep down.
The Middlewood police will be issuing a statement shortly.
Holy shit.
But for now, we go over to Tom for the weather. Take it away, Tom.
I fucking hate this job.
Poor Tom.
Tom? Oh, yes. Thanks, Jerry. It's gonna be a beautiful day, folks. Sunny spells all around.
You know, that took some turns that I was not ready for. The whole putting you into the place where they were hiding and stuff, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. What's happening? Why is the music doing that? Why is the music doing that? It literally just quit itself. The game just closed. Jesus, man. Hey, what's up, Lumber? Man, I think we need to chill with some Phasmo. You guys cool with that? We're going to chill with some Phasmo. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Mountain Dew, I'm glad you're here, friend. Lumber! What's up, Nightwolf? How are you, friend? Good gravy. Sounds great. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Should I make the title Emotionally Recovering? Oh my goodness. Nightwolf, how are you, friend? Holy shiitake mushrooms. That's cool, dude. I like that a lot. That was very, very cool. Two very cool games. I would recommend both very highly. They were both very cool. Is that Larry behind you? I wish I could have a little like plushy Larry to put on the shelf. That'd be cool. I'd put Larry back there any day of the week. So I have a thank you to send to you. A thank you for what?
Welcome back.
For what? I didn't do nothing. I just work here. Bedtime for me. Good night, tired Pamster. Thank you, friend. And he barely even works. Fate, how dare you? Because even a couple other streamers gave me confidence to start streaming. Oh, Lumber, that's awesome, friend. Hell yeah. That's so cool. I'm so glad. When I got started, it was the same for me. And now you're affiliate? Hey, let's freaking go, dude. That's awesome. GG's. Hell yeah. Step one. It is literally just step one. It is step one. That's awesome. Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
Like there are others out there in need of help.
All right. There we go. There we go. All right, let's create this. Do one of these. But Lumber, that's so freaking cool, dude. That is awesome, awesome, awesome sauce. Oh, I need to adjust my game settings. Oh yeah, I was tinkering. I need to tinker more, but I was trying to tinker with VR the other night. I think I do ×8. Do I do fidelity resolution on? I don't think I do. I have that on? I don't remember if I have that on or not. All of these I have on normally. Let's click apply and see what happens. Help me learn so much about Faz. Oh, Victorious, absolutely, friend. You could never. No, I just need to figure out what's going on. For some reason, like what I was trying to do was I was trying to get Faz running and trying to get the software that allows you to see Twitch chat and everything going. And it was using up a lot of my VRAM, and I don't know why. So do a little bit of research. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. You're watching on TikTok. You said 2 things that stuck. If I'm going to play, I might as well stream it. Yeah. Seriously. If you have the energy for it, right? If you have the energy for it, why not? Why not? We'll start with Ridgeview. If you stream, go ahead first. Hell yeah. The only way you're going to learn is by doing it, right? So you might as well do it. Might as well. If you have any interest in any way, shape, or form, definitely. To the fridge. All right, Kenny. There's no Larry here. Imagine if that was Larry. That'd been so good. Cleanse, escape, and 25%. Let's go. Ghost gambling? I don't know about tonight. I could, but I don't know. I feel like I don't have a system that's good enough in place yet for that. All right. What do we got? Does the game look different? Does it look better? I'm very confused. Oh, is the game quiet? Oh, it probably is. Fuck. Sorry. We had turned it down. That was my bad. That was absolutely my bad. Well, like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just losing it. Maybe I'm losing it because I looked over in the living room. I'm like, I don't know. It looked. Was that an event? What the fuck? Yeah, that was an event. I thought I heard it. I thought I saw it blinking. That's why I dipped out of there. I dipped because I thought I saw the ghost blinking over here and I thought it was it. Holy shit. Oh my God. Only over here tonight. Well, I was going to be other places, but the problem was the game was giving me issues. The other game was giving me issues. So I was so afraid of having other things open and then it causing issues. So that's why I wasn't. Normally I am. I just didn't tonight. That's all. Are you starting at Zero Sandy? No, it's Nightmare. No, it's Nightmare. Listen, the ghost can see through walls, so no doors. Get it right. You were just playing a very pixelated game. Oh, yeah, our eyes probably. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. 2 games that were a little bit lower on the resolution side purposefully. I'm so done with people. That's okay, Mel. Action was taken against them, by the way. Don't worry about it, dude, guy. Don't worry. Don't worry your little hearts about it, okay? You don't worry about it, okay? Mm-hmm. Yes, it was indeed. Yep, to doodles. Sorry. Mel and I had someone on Facebook that was being very interesting. No, they weren't. No, they were not removed. Just action was taken against them. Apparently, that was not the first time that they had been spreading misinformation. So, how about them apples? Saw that earlier? Yep. I did apologize to one person, though, and it was one person. It was the comment that we were commenting on, or the thread, I guess, if you want to call it that. The reason I apologized to them is because I didn't want it to, like, turn their comment section into, like, a war between someone that was just annoyingly sticking to their guns instead of even thinking, like, oh, there's 15 people telling me that I'm wrong. Oh, let me double check and see if I am. But no, they were just like, nope, I'm right. Nope, sorry, I'm right. Nope, I'm right. You're wrong. So I apologized to the one person. I was like, I'm so sorry your comment section turned into that. Reddit's just as bad. It is. It is. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the settings or what, or us playing the pixelated game and then going to this. It looks so much better. Although the render distance is not great there. Look at that. See how it gets better when I go there? That's usually... What is that usually? I thought it was the texture resolution. Because if I do this, right, it should be even bigger of a drop-off. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wacky. It looks so sharp. It does, right? All right, EMF 3. No freezies. Let's go get more stuff. The ghost. Give me a cup of coffee. Get out of here. It's fine. Right. We've said that like 100 times today, that it's fine to be wrong. It's okay to not know everything. It's not okay to be closed-minded and shut people out, block them, or just basically be very passive-aggressive when you could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Especially in this game, I've been wrong. I'm like, well, shit, I didn't know that. Thank you. And what did I do? I looked it up. I'm like, oh, that is correct. It's very much brighter. Right. Well, the brightness, I always keep that up max. All right, let's do those. I heard that. I heard that. Phalanges. Go. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Oh, come on. Don't you dare. Where are you? Are you near? Why is this not working? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? What the fuck? Oh, no. I know what it might be. I know what it might be. I said that I was trying. Oh, no, that seems right. Is it my computer settings? I was trying VR the other day. I bet it screwed it up. I bet it screwed it up. Input. Yep. Wrong. I frackin' knew it. Okay. Check. There it is. I knew it. Hey, Cosmic. Welcome back. Oh, are you a gamer? Hello? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Where are you? Oh, shit. It's writing. It's writing. I sensed it. I sensed it. This. Oh. Polty Demon Myling. I mean, you did yeet a cup. Let's go take some sanity. No, Crystal, I didn't play it yet. No, I'm trying to get everything set up for it. So I'm trying to get it to where I can see chat in my headset and all that jazz. Yeah. So I'm working on it, man. When I can get all that figured out, we're going to do it. Once I get that figured out, oh, we're gonna do. All right, we're gonna take a smudge in this. Smiling? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna go throw some shit over there and see if it's a Pulte. Is that the light from my flashlight? Can't wait for VR. Oh, chat in the heads. Oh, it's 1,000,000%. That's okay, dude. I absolutely want that. Where's this? Phalanges. All right. This is over here. Gig, welcome in. Hold on, don't do anything yet. Saw you post the rest of the all difficulties video. I did. It is live right now. So much to catch up on. I chaptered it. I did chapter it, so you can skip to whatever you didn't watch yet. I have each difficulty in the description. So whatever you need to catch up on, you can go right to it without having to... Oh, you did not do it, you son of a bitch. You didn't just mel me, did you? Call that getting melled on, because she always looks away when the Pulte stuff happens. Hey, what's up, Elvis? That there. Put that there. I love when people chapter their videos. I mean, if there's one thing you can count on, I chapter every single one of my weekly videos. So if you go to my weekly videos and you're curious, like what game 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, depending, they're chaptered. I always take the time and do that. Go get you some more shit. Go. All right. I think that's good enough. Let's go back there. Oh, come on. We don't have a crucifix over here either, but that's okay. We'll be fine. Imagine hiring a ghost hunter and they just move and stack all your stuff in a pile. I mean, look, at least we're figuring it out. It's awfully kind of us. I would like to think so. Ghost pants? Here. Do it. Should I count down again? Just trash the house. Throw shit over. Come on, I know you can do it when the light's on. Here, when we be down here, I'll get to your level. Excuse you. Greenstone, thank you for 3 months. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back, friend. Eh? Blew out your candle. Make a wish. No? All right. Yeah, it might not be a Pulte. Might be a Myling. I don't even know what the cursed is. I'm so hesitant because I thought I heard it throw multiple things earlier. It won't stop turning on the computer. Don't you dare do it. Is that a 4? That's a 3. What the fuck? Mommy Milkers, what's up, friend? Here. You want the lights off? Are you nervous? Trying to play Faz with us. Oh. Oh. All right, I'm going to leave you to it. Have fun. What if I sitting here like this and I just see shit go explode against the wall? Oh, Jesus Christ, you jerk. It just wants to watch stream, that's all. Well, it doesn't have any more technology time. Not allowed. Fine, jerk. Whatever. Where's the flashlight? Give me this. Let's go find out what it is. It's not the mirror. It's not the cards. Let's go check downstairs, see if it's a circle. Grable, what's up? Nope. Oh, I didn't check in here. Oh. Could be an annoying demon. Maybe. Set a screen time limit on the ghost. That should be a screen time. What the fuck? The paw. It's the paw. That out here. This over here. I wish to trap the ghost. Okay. What the? Did the garage door just shut? Oh, what the fuck? So it's technically in the garage now? Is there hiding back here? Damn it. Alright. It was indecisive. I guess it was done gaming and playing the piano and it's trying to leave, so it's trying to get in the car. Time for fridge view, yeah. Never know what to wish for. I end up just standing there holding it in like a weirdo. I mean, that's fair. Myling. It was trapped in the garage and it played the piano. I would like to be very clear here. Heads up. Hi. Do you know where Larry is? Told it couldn't use the computer anymore, so it's going to a friend's house. I didn't get below 25. I mean, I could. I did smudge, so we should have time. Should have time. I wished for sanity. I wished for sunrise. Oh. It sounded very quiet. And there's our 25%. Bang. Bang. Hey. 7669. Yeah, it sounded very quiet. Let's see. Bang.
Welcome back.
I thought that I heard a Pulte ability earlier. I guess I did not. My wing. What are other common wishes? I can show you. Hey, don't care. So if we go to our book, we can look over here. So inside of Sunny Meadows, there are tags. It's like the same tag you see on the monkey paw, that tag that hangs right there. There's a bunch of tags that are in Sunny Meadows that when you find them, it populates the book. So you don't need them to make the wishes, but it just makes it easier if you're trying to think of what to wish. So if you look here, you've got, I wish to see the ghost, sanity, life, leave, activity, trap the ghost, wish to be safe, wish for knowledge. You can find all of these tags around Sunny Meadows. So when they first released the monkey paw and we learned that's where they were, we just basically went searching around the map for them. Now it doesn't populate inside of the book, but the weather tags are inside of the morgue, I think. where like it says wish for sunrise, wish for fog, wish for rain, all that stuff. So the only reason I ever wish for different weather is to lower my sanity by 25%. What does the I wish to be safe do? It opens up a hiding spot. But the consequence for it is that the ghost can then sense your voice and your electronics at all times from any distance. So if the ghost was in the female wing all the way in the day room and you were in the male wing day room, if you did the wish to be safe wish and then the ghost was hunting and you tapped on your global mic a couple times, it would come directly to you. Yeah, there's a consequence for each wish. Does anything show the effects or consequences? Or is that a look online? That's a look online kind of thing. Yeah, they don't have, I am pretty sure there's nothing going to be here. Yeah. Yeah. I think, do I have that in my Discord? I don't remember. Oh my God, Fate. Fate, I don't know if you're still here. I just opened my DMs. That's what I opened my DMs and saw. Did you enjoy the Hey Killboy? I did. Thank you, Tordazan. I was cracking up about him yesterday. My new PFP. My new merch. Better than unsolicited. Oh, yeah, this is true. This is true. God damn it. Let's go to Grafton. Ay, ay, ay. Fate's a good bean, you know? Fate's one good bean. Hey, Deer Slayer, how are you? Oh, boy. All right, Lori. Parabolic Firelight Incense. You know what? We're going to do this. Do I want to do that? No, we'll do flashlight. This is how we're going to find it. Just like this. It's a Raiju, roger that. No music box. Mirror. We have the chair. Ghosty, I know you're literally right here. Apocrypha? Swear to God. Should we be counting our human beings in plurals? Oh. Hey. Talk to me, you turd. So we're hiding over here. There is. Whispers. Here we go. Yo, winning, son. Hi, hey girl. How are you, friend? Oh my God. Hey girl, have you ever played Let's Find Larry? Have you ever heard of that? Do you know what that is? Doing well. Good. How have games been? How have streams been? Target acquired. Got our whisper. We got this. We'll take those upstairs. Think I've heard of it? So it randomly popped up for me on YouTube one day. I don't remember who was even the person that played it. But I saw that it was like it was like horror related, but it was like a Where's Waldo sort of thing. You should definitely check it out. It's not a super long game. And it is on itch.io. Yeah, very cool. Seen someone play it? Yeah. Just editing. Oh, I got you. Boy, do I feel that life. So my day job, I am an editor. So like commercially, I edit video, and then editor, cinematographer. But then obviously I edit my own stuff at night, which is nothing too crazy. I don't do any too crazy edits, so it's not too bad. But I want to start doing more edited content. It's just a matter of time. It's literally a matter of time. Saw Instant play it a long time ago. Gotcha. Wish I had trained it. I mean, I taught myself. Learning as I go. That's how I learned. I literally taught. Oh, hey, how are you? I taught myself how to do everything. Yeah, 9-5. Hello. All right, we have dudeskies. We got dudeskies. We got dudeskies. All right, don't do things. Don't be you. Don't. We know you're gonna do it. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Wait, shit. I can't even see if that's working or not. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? There we go. Where are you? Goo! No footies. I don't think so. Goo, Jesus Christ. No, you're not. Oh my God, Jesus is trying to kill me. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Hey! Where are you? Are you close, please? Where are you? Right here. Trying to enjoy the process, but there aren't enough hours in the day. God, do I feel that. I feel that on an emotional and personal level. Just not enough hours. Self-learned edit, yeah. Yeah, but I think the difference obviously is that there's some commercial video that I do that is enjoyable to edit, but then there's other stuff that's definitely not. It's stressful, it's annoying, it's just get it done kind of stuff, and I hate that attitude because I don't want to do that. I want to make really good videos. So it's like when it's something that's like, okay, rush it out and get it done, it's like fucking roll my eyes. Roll my eyes. But when it's my stuff, it's my schedule. I can do what I want. So if I want to make a short form video, I can make it any way I want. I'm my own client. So I just have to please me. So it's like, you know, it just makes it so much better. And, you know, I think the dream of possibly being a full-time one day is still there. Oh shit, I gotta do these things too. It's still there, but you know, baby steps. Baby steps. Would you rather live on 2 hours of sleep just fine or guaranteed amazing 8 hours every night? There's no way I could sleep 8 hours a night. There's no way. No shot. Do that. Do that. Do that. We'll just leave that there. I appreciate you, hey girl. It seems like you're doing great too. You're freaking playing everything under the sun. Do you pay yourself to edit your own videos? Yeah, I just don't charge enough. Yeah, I just don't charge. All right, we need what? We need to cleanse, but we're not going to do that now. It could be freezing temps, maybe. I could track where the ghosty is. Here, let's reserve our sanitize. You ever feel that clients too annoying by clients constantly ask you to change everything? Oh, you talking about from my commercial work? Bro, that's fucking, we have clients that's all they do is ask for changes. We have some that we'll edit for. I never expect anything to be 0 changes, ever. Because I think it's better to go with the mentality of they're going to have something for a second round, and that's fine. But there are people that, I mean, we're talking before we started implementing certain things, I was doing 12 rounds of edits with people. And that's atrocious. It's fucking awful. It's the worst. Hey, what if we tried? Nope, I'm not here to try things. We storyboard for a reason. It's like, this is not a, let me try this one. This isn't like, you don't get samples. Listen, Dotterino, you haven't, I still don't have my second piece of evidence, by the way. Maybe we'll take another lantern in there and see if we can get an EMF5. 12 rounds. I've had more. And then we go back and get the same client again. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Why are we working with them again? Oh, well. Oh, my goodness gracious. Rhonda. Just give me a crotch shot. I wasn't ready for it. Freezing. It's a Yuri or an Oni. Well, let me open these doors. Raggedy Rhonda. Make sure you touch the door so that way Ghosty can slam it shut. Hey, show up in the dots again. Where you at, turd? Do it. So it's a Yuri? Listen. Oh, she's right there. Come on. Come on, Ghosty. You can do it. Yuris are annoying. Yeah. Especially when they don't do their ability. Unlike this one. My company will shoot its profit margins for one company every... Like, why? Like, why? That's literally what happens to us. I'm like, hey, we're charging travel for this, right? The Yuri Epic got earlier used all the abilities for the day. Damn it. Way to go, Mel. That was so high-pitched. Why did it do that? Listen, Rhonda, I need you to start walking over here. I'll give you to the count of 3 to get your lousy, yellow, no good... Fuck, I forget the line. Line! Oh, shit. She was behind me. God damn it, Rhonda. Last time I asked for dots. No good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead. 1, 2, 10. Oh, hi, Rhonda. You think she's a Home Alone fan? All right, I need to go find the power. Hey, look at that. First try. There we go. Hi, Booba. How are you? Boner Jam. Any Boner Jams? No? Okay. 20 out of 10. Ghost picture. That thing's clear as day. I know. Look at that. Look how good that is. Look how good that is. Our most recent one, 600,000 of inventory made for a new customer. They octupled our normal price. New customer backed out. 600,000 of dead stock we are giving away. Jesus. Ridiculous, dude. Redonkulous. All right, well, if we watch it hunt, we're going to know what it is. Wonder if we can tell what it is by looking at its legs. Let's try. Is it a Yuri or is it an Oni? Hey, fuck off. guys think? Rhonda! Rhonda? You're a Yurei. I don't think it's visible enough to be an Oni. I don't think it's visible enough. We haven't had a ghost fart yet, which is quite interesting. Yuri, yeah, I think so too. Hey, you know, a ghost fart would really seal the deal right about now. My most common ghost, I know. I know. I mean, 3 more photos and a bone. 3 more photos and a bone. Asking for a fart at this point? Yeah, basically. Sorta, kinda, yeah. We sorta, kinda are. Oh, my sanity's kind of tanked. Oh well, we'll try anyway. Let's try. Okay, we can do this because we only need, what, 3 photos? Okay, that's assault. That's assault, brother. Can you imagine going a whole stream without a Yurei? No. I don't know what that's like. I'm not exactly sure. No clue. That's okay. We march forward. We'll be fine. We march forward. I hear you up there. Relax. Relax. All right. Keep it about. Should work. They just instantly walked. Ma'am. Okay. Fine then. Walk in that one. We'll wait. Thank you. All right, let's go look for the bone. Ah, we should put those upstairs first. Or maybe one of them. Hiya. Doing everything but slamming the door? Dude, that's what I'm saying. All right, we got this. We're good. Let's go look for a bone. Oh, bone. Where are you? I think I looked in here earlier, but you know what, though? We'll do a double check. She's cruising up there. I hear her. She's a cruisins. Oh, my Lanta. It's huge. Huge. Alright, so we're pretty sold on a Yurei. It's not doing its ability, which makes it a real big jerk. Dissolving living humans is not like... Wait, what? Listen, no, I saw a documentary about that. There was a barrel. There was... Yeah, it was fine. Ghost, can you do the ting? Jesus Christ, that's not what I meant. The Yuris don't like Flash. Come on, man. Do it. All of these doors are open. It's legal if you don't get caught. Wow. Jesus. Come on, dude. Do the thing. Okay, do it now. You just went in there. Ghost. Ma'am. Will you please do the ability? Just once? Please? Please? $1 million years later. Come on. Do it. She's not gonna do it, man. She's not gonna do it. Agree with you and you'll drop a follow. What? You gotta do the home. I did the Home Alone line. She didn't like it. I tried. She wasn't a fan. Listen, you see how long we're just standing around over here and she's not doing shite. She threw the book. She does the dots. Although we haven't had a ghost fart, which is really bothering me. Shrek to the roar. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. She'll do it eventually. Will she, though? I have the dots still going just so that way we can possibly see where she's walking to, even though we have the motion sensors too. She's being a pooper. Every time you get the Yuri, it seems to instantly slam the door. Yeah, I don't get that. Yeah, that's a very rare occasion for me. Is it a Yuri? We think it is. Thank you, car. Treat it like a long loading screen. Just act like you don't care and eventually do the ting. Do the ting. Oh, jeez. I know. Okay, you just walked over there. How the hell did that work? What the hell? What is happening? What? You good? She's dancing. Did I find the sweet spot? Do you just have to stand in a certain place and then they'll just dot like crazy? Maybe you're not specific with what her to do. Oh, okay. What's her name? Lori, will you please slam the bathroom door shut? Pretty please. Izzy, thank you for the 10 months. Forever with the sub to my favorite fast. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the sub, friendo. Jesus Christ. Shut the front door. I don't want to. Oh, her shut the front. Yeah, shut the front door. Yeah, what they said. Okay. Airball! Airball! Holy sh... It won't do it. What if it does it now? What if it does it now that we're standing out here like this? It took that long for that to happen, man. Allie, thank you for the 8 months. We just got pooed on, and we wanted it. Harley, thank you for the Prime for 13 months. Appreciate you. Good God, man. Seriously. Will she shut the front door? That's a good question. I'll give her like 30 seconds. Pizza Dude's got 30. We'll give her like 30 seconds to see if she shuts. She's upstairs, so the chances of it are low. But she, I mean, she wasn't slamming those doors shut either. So what the hell's the difference? What the hell's the difference? Hi. Does nothing. She's not going to do anything. We figure we give it a try. We give it a try. And we're gonna leave. Here we go. Awful shame. Although look at the blinds upstairs. Okay, whatever. Nope, not gonna happen. We should have everything we need though. Yep, we're out. Dipsy doodles, it's a Uri. I was gonna say I'm looking that way like it's gonna do something. What a jerk.
Welcome back.
God, I hate this ghost so much. I hate it. I hate it. Guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Appreciate you. Did you guys see the new Twitch thing that they're gonna drop? Did you guys see that? Hold on. But. Hey, we're starting a trend. Sorry. I posted something on Twitter earlier today that was basically a, you know, those artist DMs that people get non-solicited, obviously, where they just DM you immediately and they're like, hey, what's up? How you doing? And normally you'll be like, hey, what's going on? Oh, just trying to see if you want any graphics for Twitch. Do you want panels? I could definitely do panels for you. You got one after I posted it? So I'm so sorry. So they said, hey there, how you doing? I said, I'm good. A little annoyed. These artists keep DMing me, trying to get me to hire them. But how are you? So now people are starting to do that more often. So it's good. Sorry, let me find him. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see, Zach Bussy. There he is. There's the man. It's funny, whenever they have Twitch news, when there's Twitch news, like when they do a stream, when they're talking about new updates, I watch Zach's stream of Zach doing it. It sort of reminds me of, what's that old show? I just remember what it is. I mean, I didn't watch it when it came out or something. Science theater, you know what I'm talking about? Where they had like the outlines of the people that were there talking, watching the movie. I kind of feel that way when I'm watching Zach. Did you see the new Twitter thing where likes are not visible anymore? Yeah, it's really weird and creepy. Mystery Science Theater. Yeah, it makes me like, when I'm watching Zach, I don't want to see his face. I just want to see a black like profile of him just sitting there, just commenting on all of the Twitch stuff. Yeah. Yeah, likes are hidden on Twitter now. Like, as in, you can't go and see what someone else has liked. So now there's no accountability unless the weirdos speak up. So, really weird. Yeah, what a weird decision. What a weird ass decision. But anyway, he has personality for it. I think he does too. It's this though. Here, I'll pull it up. We'll make it Elijah. We'll make it Elijah. But it's this though. I'm interested to see your guys' thoughts. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. Twitch is launching a new monetized product called Power-Ups. Bits are used to do message effects, on-screen effects, and gigantite emotes. So the photos that he posted are these ones. Now people can't call Musk out for liking embarrassing. It's probably honestly partially why he did it. Honestly, probably why. Now, it's interesting because it shows it as a channel point option, or that's not channel point. Sorry. If you go to the channel points, you see this? It shows it like, here's channel point. These are normal channel points. You can tell because they have the little bubble, right? But then you've got the bit one. So it's like they would live next to each other. Gigantify an emote. I don't know. Not a fan. It's weird. It's weird. Like, I need to be in someone's chat when this happens. Who do the bits go to, though? The creator. They go to the creator. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know. It's so hard unless I see, like, a video of it actually being in use. It's hard to say. It could be cool. Yeah. It goes to the one who creates. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. Is it only for mobile or PC also? I don't know. Again, that's another one of those ones where it's really hard to say. Hard to say. All right. Stupid Ure. Idiot. Stupid. Do they have a photo of a large emote? That's my question. Right. Do they have more stuff to show us of that stuff? Yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run ads, guys. We're not going to, we'll do like another couple. But I'll go ahead and run ads now. So if you're not turbo, if you're not sub, don't worry about it. We're not going to go anywhere without you. We'll wait for you, but we'll be right back. Not hard to say. You said it a few times. I don't know. What? What? Trying to make a funny? Trying to make it funny? Click the channel points. You have the channel points there. There's a separate tab for the stuff like that. For the bit stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Would it go to just partner or would it affiliate? I'm assuming everybody. Yeah, I don't think that would be just a partner thing. No, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, 69 ads. Giggity. How long did it take you to learn movement and footsteps for each ghost? Kind of getting the hang of it, but it's so darn hard sometimes. Well, I've heard people talk about this recently, and they make very valid points that, like, when we started playing, there was not as many ghosts, so you didn't need to know as much. But now, it's a lot of stuff at the same time, right? Yeah. Could you maybe make use of channel points, or would it only be bits? I don't know. That's what I was wondering, too. My guess is that it would only be bit stuff. So kind of like the other bit things they've done. They've added the ability to like pin bit messages, things like that. Like that, they're not going to add a channel point version of that kind of stuff. I think it's meant to be a bit thing. Yeah, but bits are a good thing for creators though. They are actually really beneficial because the split for bits is better than subs. If you think about it in the long run for most creators. Because most creators are going to be on a 50-50 split for sub, and then bits, I believe it's 70-30. So, and that's even if you're affiliate, you just became an affiliate day one, 70-30 on bits. So that's why bits can be better sometimes than subs, depending. You got 420 of them. Shit. You're going to be in ad land for the rest of your life. It's a good thing I make pennies on those damn ads. Hey, what's up, Sid? Yeah, I think I heard something about you being able to set the price as well for those things. A whole penny? I know all of it. But I don't know if that's true or not. That the new bit thing that they're going to try, if you're going to be able to set the price. I don't know. It'd be really cool if you could set the price of your own subs. That'd be cool. Have a, like YouTube, you can set... YouTube, you have memberships and you can set the price for what each membership is. And you can go as low as $1 and then up as high as you want, like hundreds of dollars. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why they don't allow you to set your own. I don't know. I am uncertain. out of here making Flash money. Oh my God. That's luck of the Irish. Holy shit. Tornazan. That was a... Thank you for the 2,738 bits. That was that was so specific. Thank you, friend. Holy shit. Oh my God. I don't know. The creator has to pay for their own gift. Wait, what? I didn't know you don't choose your own sub price. No. No. Is it the same for TikTok also? No, TikTok, you can choose different options. Like you can add multiple, but I don't think you can just, I think you can set your pricing to a certain point. It's been a while since I've looked at it. So TikTok and YouTube, I think you can, but yeah, Twitch, no. Twitch tier 1, 2, and 3 are set. They are what they are. Yeah. Taking it to 50-50 split only. Isn't subs done 50-50 and bits you get 100%? No, you don't get 100. So, okay, let me put it, okay. Let's put it like this. I'm thinking about it for the value's sake. When you buy bits, if you were to purchase bits, part of that goes to Twitch. So the bits you give go to the creator, but the amount that costs is a 70-30. You know what I mean? That's why like 100 bits is like $1.40. That 40 cents is split. Yeah, is Twitch's split. Exactly. Right. Yep. And the sub price is very by country. Right. I ran out. I ran out of character space. Oh my God. That's funny. That's funny. All right, where are we going? Where are we going? I thought that's how it worked. Yeah. Camp Woodwind? Home. Tangle, Maple, please. Save toe. We'll go save toe. We'll save toe. Maybe we'll do, maybe we'll save toe and then we'll go to Tangle. Just got off by a mimic. Oh no. Oh no.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Ronald Carey. Ronald. Oh, son of a bitch. It's snowing again.
Possibly harmless, but be careful out there.
God damn it. Kiara Kudo, hello, friend. Welcome in. How are you? Hey, streamer, what's your favorite underwear? The ones I'm wearing right now, I think. I don't know if they're. Let me take them off. Streamer, what's your favorite underwear? So many glorbs. I know, look at them. I know, look at them. You smell yokai. I smell defeat. Gosh darn it. Oh my God. Oh my Lanta. Hope ghosties are treating you. They're not too bad. Not too bad. How's your night going, friend? How's it going? Hey, how are you? Hi, Toe. We'll be back for you. All right. No juice here. We'll check over here real quick. Ah, there she is. There she is. All right. Let's make sure all the tents are shut. Finished playing a little Helldivers 2. Nice. Chilling out. Nice. I saw the wife was playing Lethal Company earlier. Tornazan! How dare you, first of all? Step 1. Step 2. What the fuck? Dude. I guess she does think. Oh, yeah, I guess she does. Yeah. Oh, look, a skull. Oh my God. Dude, thank you so freaking much. Holy shite. Holy shite. P.O. box? No, I don't have a P.O. I don't have a P.O. box. I use Throne. But welcome in. What am I doing? We know where the ghosty is. What the? Oh, we're fine. Jack from YouTube, what's up, friend? I didn't go on YouTube tonight. I was going to do YouTube and the TikToks and all the things and the stuffs, but the games that I was playing were giving me framing issues a little bit at first, and I was fearful. I was fearful to have multiple things happening at the same time. Have you seen the Jason mask? I have. I surely literally have. Your interweb is lagging. Oh no, is it me? No, it must be you. I'm sorry. All right. Well, hey, how are you? All right, no ofs. No ofs. Get that P.O. box? I've thought about it. I really have. I've thought about it. I've talked to Chinggis about this a little bit too. I don't know. I'm undecided. I want to send stuff. Oh, dude, I appreciate you. That's super, super kind. I've thought about it. Hey, what's up, Dinosaur? Hey, how are you? I'd love to send some junk. Literally just junk. Well, this is just a hubcap. This is an old used Pringles can. What the? What have we thought about? P.O. box. I do got to clean up. Listen. Listen here. Glass blower. Oh, I can recreate Phasmo stuff. Oh, Jack, that'd be super cool to see. That'd be super cool to see. If you do make any of that stuff, I would love it if you could post a pic or two inside of the Discord. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Did dots just happen? Did I miss it? Who sent me a broken toilet? Highland Walrus, thank you for the bits. Send you a ranch soda. I don't need 2 of them. I already have one. It could be cool 90s junk. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I do need more cool 90s junk. Oh, that's a really good point. Drink. No. We aren't there. Send you a gallon of ranch. Listen. Subscription to ranch soda. Ugh. No, 90. I really do want to get some more 90s stuff. Yeah, I've got like a small little 90s like corner over here, but I need more. Got some 3D printed Phasmo tools. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Salsa without the label and tell you to tell you the spice level. What if I told you I'd feed it to my child first, huh? How spicy would you make it then? A ceramic music box? Oh, that'd be sick. It's never enough. Okay, Chinggis. This man eats spicy for breakfast. Is that the light? Did it just turn the light on? It did. That means it's not a mare no matter what it is. I think we had EMF 5 earlier. It can't be a mare anyway. It just won't play music. That's okay. I can pretend. We can just sit here and do the low voice. Meh, 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 meh. I'm in the 90s. I could just send myself. Oh, just have you in the background. You know, that's one thing I thought about getting for like the longest time. I felt like a streamer thing to do would be to get like a cardboard cutout, but I didn't know what I would get and where I would put it. I didn't know what. Oh, some bitch. Oh, Tornazan, you beautiful goddamn soul. All right, well, I really, really hope it doesn't land on it. Get a cut out of Chinggis? Oh, shit. That'd be cool. Dude, I'm down. Well, we're sitting here. We might as well do it now. Fucking hell. All right. Well, the corn, I haven't updated the wheel, but the corn has already been drank, if you will. Shit. I mean, I can't wait till all these are gone. What do we have left? So we have the ranch, the PB&J, pumpkin pie, enchilada, and pickle. Yeah. Was there a mayo one? No, not that I saw. I got the one that had the most amount in it, as many as I could get. So like we had a lot more, well, a bunch more than this. Yeah. Sunflower, hello, friend. Pumpkin pie seems legit. I don't know. I thought you did it already. I have 2. I have another one. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Yeah, I did the corn. Yeah, it's just I didn't update the wheel, so now it's gone. Yeah. Safe for another night. Safe for another night. All right, I'm at least put music on or something. Jesus. Okay. All right. PB&J. Make me see. But for how long? Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. That's a great question. Fish fillet flavor. Ugh. Who did I see making a smoothie like that? Somebody was making a smoothie like that, and I don't know who. They were making some sort of like fish, I don't know, some sort of gross fish smoothie thing. See, you say it wouldn't be that bad, or you think it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, oh, that's what it was. I saw somebody that made a goddamn fish fillet McFlurry. That's what I saw. Oh, it looked rancid. It looked so bad. It looked so bad. 100% natural? No. No. Look. So far, mustard is the only one that has said 100% natural on it. Mustard. Why is it orange? I don't know. It's bright orange. Yes, it is. It smell. It's, you know what that smells like? I've been comparing what the smell is for each one of these. This one smells like the inside of like an old chewing gum container that you like forgot about in the 90s, and then you're like, oh, there that is. All right. I have my backup drink, so we're good. Delish. Cheers. Oh my God. Oh, that one was so much worse, and I don't know why. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. We're fine. Back to the game. I gotta blow my nose. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Holy moly. Oh, that one made my eyes water. We're fine. Oh. It's kind of odd how much we enjoy seeing. No, that's a streamer thing. That's a streamer thing. Communities like to see communities like to see streamers suffer. Why do you think St. Jude campaigns do so well? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. All right. Where were we? I need a description of the taste. To be honest, it did have it has, I don't taste peanut butter at all. I taste like jelly, that you, I don't know. It's so hard to describe. It's not like, ooh, that's jelly. It's like, oh, that's jelly. So if another 50 happens, you have to drink a second. I plead the fifth. Artificial jelly, but not even close to good. Not anywhere close to good. It's just not, yeah. Oh my god. I'm fine. I'm fine. We're fine. We're gonna be fine. Tastes like gluten? Sure. By the way, this still bothers the shit out of me. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get why this is a thing. I'm wearing night vision goggles. Why the fuck is this blue? Pepper your butt. I don't even know. I don't even know what that means. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much you're... I'll be honest, we've had worse. It's not great, but we've had worse. Oh, it is snowing, isn't it? I'd have to give that one like a 4. Like, recommend, like, hey, this one's not bad, try it. Maybe like a 5. Maybe like a 5. Did it move? I don't... Why don't I see my breath in here? Crash course. You son of a bitch. It did. It literally went from one to the other. Are you kidding? You son of a bitch. We gotta move all of our shit. We've got to move all of our shit. Oh no. Tornadoes. Why are you like this? Oh my god. Alright, well. Oh, we got, oh, he wrote in the book. Well, fucking hell. Okay. Okay. Tornadoes, you know I love you, right? I see a grown man cry. Holy shit. Oh my god, Tornasian, dude. Thank you for the subs. Holy fuck. Alright. Well, it's gonna be a real good night's sleep for somebody. I don't know who. Maybe someone in chat. Not for me, though. Oh my god. I'm living for this right now. Oh, I'm so glad for you. I'm so glad for you, Mr. Chinggis. What in the fuck? Bro, I can't be chugging all these. I can't, my body will not allow it. It's going to reject it. No, please, no. Can we make a deal? Can we make a deal? Deal or no deal? You said you wanted them gone. Hyper! I can't barf on stream. It's not allowed. That's TOS. Nasty soda suicide. Holy shit. And we're back to looking at this again, I guess. All right, when we look out this way, this is more interesting. Oh, fuck. All right. What's the trade? What if I don't? What if I drink half of each, and I do two, and I open 2 of them? Halvesies, right? Right. Can't be as bad. Yeah, the hot dog was pretty rancid. That was pretty bad, man. What did we get in return? Mix them? Oh, you go to hell. Oh, you can go right to hell. We're gonna go find hell. You know what? Here, let's go look for hell. We look over here. That's fire. Yeah, no, not that kind of fire. Not that kind. Oh, here it is. Straight to hell. No, I would rather chug them separately than mix them together. Get your ass some soda. Fuck. Oh my god. My odds. It's gonna happen. I can just drive some. Oh my god. You really want me to listen, Chinggis? I promise you, if you keep it at your house, I will try some when I come over. I promise. Oh boy. Okay. Time to spin, I guess. I'll make a deal for mine. Okay, what's the deal? You drink it at the start? Gonna need some Pepto-Bismol. We're gonna need something. Wolfie, send help. Ranch and pickle. Fuck. I'll tell you what. We're just gonna go ahead and let's spin the first one and see what we have. Oh, here. We at least don't have to sit in silence. Gonna be safe. Well, I might need a new trash can liner. You drink Tornazans now, but mine next stream. Make me an offer. I'm a reasonable being. I could be okay with that. All right. So I drink one now. Oh man. Okay. Let's see what they are. How about that? Let's see what it is first. How about that? We'll see what it is first. Gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. I don't know what enchilada is gonna, if it's like the flavor of or what. I don't know. I'll let you off the hook for mine so you're not doing. Oh no, Tornado, you don't have. Listen. I made my bed. You don't have to do that. Oh, dessert. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You shut your lips. Ooh, dessert. How dare you? How dare you? Want to drink pickle? Well, listen. It's going to ruin his dinner. This is dinner. Oh, this was the cinnamon one. Was this it? Oh, shit. Yes, it is. Oh, no. It is the cinnamon one. Ugh. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, we had a PB&J, and now we're having pumpkin pie for dessert. Yes. Self-inflicted wounds. Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it. Yeah. Dude, I hate it. I can't stand the taste of cinnamon. Look, still not 100% natural. Oh, my God. Still very bright orange. Still very bright orange. Yeah. Woosah. 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 Oh, that tastes so goddamn bad. Oh my God. I hate it. I hate it so much. Fucking hate it. Oh my. Excuse me. Oh, that tastes so bad. Gonna shit orange for a week. I got some explaining to do, Lucy. My wife's gonna be really confused. Oh. It's like Chingus said, I made my bed. Oh, I could. Oh my God. It just tastes like I ate potpourri. Oh. Delish. Yum. Remember to recycle the bottles, not your stomach. Roger that. Roger that. Okay. Okay. Just got to loosen the shorts a little bit. We'll be fine. Next, listen, Tornazan said that I was off the hook. My stomach. HUD, hello friend, how are you? Welcome in. Is this nightmare? It is, and I have EMF and ghostwriting, so it's a spirit shader miling. 1 out of 10 on that one. That's like a 2. That's like a 2. We're fine. Everything's fine. Purple, welcome in. How are you? Oh. Did you let me off the hook? No, I don't think so. You're right, I didn't. You have some questions? I have some answers. Do I answer questions? I would like to think so. Is not what after the dessert? Ghosty, please stop pooping in the sink. Oh my gosh, wait. Oh, it's this one. It's turning everything on. There we go. Let me go get camera. Okay. What do you turn you into? Oh, listen. Listen, if I remember correctly, Chingus was the one that said that he wanted... I don't know if he wanted gifts or somebody else wanted gifts. Sent you a voice. Oh my God. Wait, I can listen to it after stream, Tornazian. Of course, friend. Oh man. I don't know, my fingers feel weird after drinking that. Like, I don't know what the hell. My body is just rejecting everything that just happened. And the camera's still over there. Son of a biscuit. Does an Onryo firelight test work if your sanity is above 60%? Yes, because you can get it to use its ability. So what you do is you take 3 lanterns, candles, whatever. It's your choice, dealer's choice. And you do not have a 4th fire. So you have 3 fires lit, not a 4th. This would count as a 4th. Have those 3 lit. If it blows out all 3 of those and then insta-hunts, that's the Onryo using its ability. So that works. Yeah. If you go to Discord, click the gift type flash, you'll know. Oh, yeah. It's because it's because I made them. That's why. Man, that made me feel really weird. It made me feel really weird. You're welcome. Always. If I can't answer something, if I can't... Oh, look, the bone is right there, too. The skull looks pretty rad. If I can't answer something, or if maybe I miss it, then there's a lot of very Phasmo-educated people in chat that could probably answer as well. Can it blow out the lighter that in your hand? Yeah. Was ranch or... Oh, ranch is the worst. can't wait to send Flash a used Pringle cans. Listen here. You get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's a good way to hunt test for yokai? I think it depends on where you are. Because where I am, I'm getting cold now because like the drinks literally thinned my blood and now like I'm getting cold. It very much so depends where you are, because with a yokai, it is a matter of, okay, dude, we get it. We're angering you. Sorry. Don't poop right behind me, you sick bastard. I was crouched down, for God's sakes. Is Flash ever going to get a PO? But we were just talking about that. Someone had mentioned. I'll look into it. Yokai test. Let me give you a good example, I guess. Let me give you a good example. So, if I'm doing a yokai test on Ridgeview, if I'm doing a yokai test on Ridgeview, what I typically do is, hold on, hold the phone. Where's my map channel? There it is right there. Ridgeview, go here, do this. So just for example, if I'm going to yokai test on Ridgeview, what I will typically do, you walk in the front door of Ridgeview right here. Okay. Go to your right. You have kitchen master. You go to your left, dining, upstairs hallway, all that jazz. I do my test here. So obviously this is also depending on where the ghost is, because that could change where you do your test. But if the ghost will almost always, if it spawns over here, come over this way and go up the stairs. If it's upstairs, it comes downstairs and it works its way around. But what I like to do is I like to sit in the kitchen, especially if it's going to go this way, because if it comes down the stairs or is about to go up the stairs, it's here, right? Hold on, let me zoom in a little bit here. The ghosty will be here and I'm in here. I can't remember the exact number for the yokai for electronics. But with electronics, the yokai can only sense it up to a certain distance, while other ghosts, I believe, can sense it up to like 10. Yeah, I can't remember the yokai numbers. Is it 2 or is it 2.5? Is it 2.5? I don't remember completely. I'd have to go look. I mean, I could go find out. Can sense voice and electronics to 2.5 rating. I thought it was different for voice and for electronics. Isn't it different? Googling. Yeah, I could go check it out too. But either way, if you're in the kitchen, the fridge is here, you have a place to hide. I would always have a smudge with you. But when it comes up this way and you start spamming your global voice or turn on electronic, and the ghost continues to keep trucking that way or coming down that way and going that way and not coming to you, that's probably a yokai. Probably a yokai. Sometimes what I like to do is I like to loop it around cars, because you can lose a yokai that way too, even with electronics on. But you can't do that here because there's 2 cars, but you can't loop them anywhere in here. You can do it on other maps though. But yeah, yokais, it's a distance thing. Willow Street is sort of a similar thing, where if you're in the living room, you can watch for where the ghost is, because the ghost cannot see through doors. Cannot see through doors. So you can watch it from the living room, watch it out there, and then you can do the same thing. Just do your global button like this. If the ghosty ignores you and walks away, probably a yokai. Can a Raiju detect electronics in a bigger distance? I don't know about, I don't think they can detect you at a longer distance with electronic, but electronics will start to bug out further away. Say that again about the doors. At Willow Street, in the If you're in the living room of Willow Street, you have 2 glass doors there that still act as physical, like, I mean, that are still collider, like doors that the ghost cannot see through. Even though it's a glass pane and you can see through it, the ghost can't see you. So if you sit in that living room and the doors are shut and the ghost is hunting in the garage or the kitchen or the hallway, whatever, there's a chance it could path to you always, but it can't see you unless it goes through the door and gets to you. Yeah. Yeah, it'll mess with electronics. So like your flashlight will flicker with a Raiju from further away. Yeah. Yep. Best way to loop a ghost any map, practice. It's just one of those things you just got to practice. You got to try. Oh man. We're feeling all right. Are we feeling good? We're fine. Okay, we're fine. All right. Crucifix, chasing, escape. I've got bone. We've got photos. We don't even know what it is yet. Did I find the cursed? I don't think I did. Pepto. You're fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I just got to like burp it up. Oh, we didn't save Toe. Oh my God, we're failing. Toe, I'm sorry. Where are you, Toe? Toe. Oh, there you are. We almost effed up, man. Don't hide behind barrels if your name is Flash. That is factuals. Save Toe. Must save Toe. No, wait. Save Toe. There we go. And what do? We give Toe his reading material and protection. There you go. There we go. All right, we got a smudge. What else do we need? We need to figure out what the cursed possession is. I'll take another smudge in there just in case. Save Toe. Save Toe. Thank you, Stone Solid. Yeah. We do not have things because Ghosty broke them. All right, so we don't have the mirror. Let's make our way downtown. Let's go this way. I'm just going to leave night vision on. F it. F it. The paw. Okay. So you see how this is locked right now? See how that's locked? I wish to be safe. I wish to be safe. Now it's unlocked. I wish to trap the ghost. Oh, that's right. I broke the lights. Let me hide in here. Hello? We at least have some light over here. How bad does every... Not every wish drains your sanity. Just some of them do. Like the wish to be safe doesn't drain your sanity. Wish to be safe makes it so the ghost can sense your electronics and your voice. Those barrels look safe. I died there last time for anybody that wasn't here. feel like it's chasing me. I feel like that mother effer was chasing me around. Yummy. Hey, shit brick, get out of here. Yeah, I don't think it's a Myling either. I think it's too loud. I would have to agree. I would have to agree. But that means it's either a spirit or a shade. Never wish for knowledge. It's a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either. I did it the one time for memes. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't like it either. So I wonder... What I wonder is how far down... I mean, how low my sanity actually is. I don't know. I don't know. See you, Deer Slayer. Not a spirit? I don't know. It's hard to say. I just don't know how close I am to getting hunted. In shade vibes. My fear is that it was not in the room with me when it did that crap, you know? That is my fear. Definitely don't do it on Nightmare when you have 2 evidence unless you have dots and something the Mimic has. Wait, what? Smudge it yet. You did not. Did you? Where the? Oh, it's over here. Oh, was that a cruci burn? Ooh, okay. It did. Well, I think it was a cruci burn. We're okay. We'll just wait here. Rude. That's too annoying. A little bit, but I can smudge test. Now, where we're going to hide... I could go over here and hide my turlet. Touch, thank you for the 12 months. There we go. Now watch. It knows where we are. Hello. It was at like 4:01. Like, so 4 hours and 1 minute. Yeah, thank you. Yep. So we're using my uptime as our spirit timer. The inside of that thing bothers me so much. Listen. They're just redecorating. Oh, you son of a bitch. It hit the breaker. All right, let's go get another smudge. Listen, not everyone's going to have the cleanest potty, okay? Okay. I mean, it's been closed for renovations. I just opened it up. Another smooch, another smooch. Yeah. That's where they get the rent. Okay. Potato. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Juice around here. There we go. little better feng shui. So 401. I do believe we were over 90 seconds. Shit, I think we just hit 2 minutes. Means a lot. Help me out. No, of course. Of course. That's why we're here, friend. 2 minutes, yeah. For me, I see 4:03:20. Got a sneaky. Also wish for a big... You can. This is facts. I've seen it done. This is very true. We are about roughly 15 seconds away from knowing that this is a spirit. Do you know Bearded Baron? Who's that? Sounds like a loser. Yeah, I know who he is. It has to be a spirit. Because if it hunted, we would know, because it would kick the lights off. Just like that. It just hunted. Yeah. That's a spirit. Objectives. We got our photos. We've got Toe, who's right there on the shelf. That's right. All right. Let's get out of here. Nice. Nice. Look what we did, Toe. We did a TIG. Spirate. What do you think of the devs taking his official Phasmo creator tag? I think it was kind of a mutual agreement. I think it was a mutual agreement. He kind of went out in a blaze of fire. If it hunted, why didn't the gate close? It tried to hunt. Yeah, it ate the crucifix. The lights went off. Exactly. Yep. Lights went off, so I knew that the crucifix had been eaten. It tried to hunt me, but that's why the gate didn't close. Right. Yeah, it was absolutely a mutual thing. He was getting very fed up. He was getting very tired and fed up with everything. So he knew he wanted to go, and he didn't care anymore. So he was testing the waters at that point. So I see on their end why they were like, hey, well, obviously we don't want you like doing these things or here anymore. But then I see on his end where he's like, I'm fucking fed up and I want answers for things and all that stuff, you know? So yeah. Yeah. We love Baron here. Yeah. I know some people on the team might not. Depending, I know that some people didn't like the way that all that went down, but like it didn't affect me. It didn't affect me, so why would I let that affect me? I have no problem with Baron. Zero, friend. Zero. Okay. Holy shit. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, my Lanta. It steps. Yeah, it tripped on the crucifix. Exactly. Okay. Oh my goodness. Friends, that might be the last one for tonight. I'm getting tired now. I appreciate your uniform. Phoenix, how are the games with Dahlia? Still plays the game? Absolutely. Yeah, he still loves the game. But that's why I think that's where his frustration was built from. His frustration was built from loving the game and loving the community and what it represented. He's frustrated because he wants to see it continually grow and get better. What'd you say to me? You heard me. No, I said, how did the games go with Dahlia? It's late. Yeah, it's getting late. Yeah. Make a P.O. box so I can send you good. I will look into it though. I will look into it because I'm pretty sure it's not like too expensive or anything to have one. So I just have to talk to the P.O. box. I mean, I have to talk to the postal near me and see how I can get it to work. My ears. Great. She's always a good time. I know. You live by a world-class chocolate maker. A chocolatier? That sounds fancy. A chocolatier? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Victorious. But yeah, guys, stick around. We'll go raid somebody. Thank you, Angel. Do I hear incentive? Oh my goodness. All right. Let's go find somebody. Quickly. Quickly. You have no Phasmo creators as your friends? What? Fucking hyper. Interested in seeing how meme runs turn out once. Oh, the change with looping. Oh, yeah, with the whole crouch thingy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Thank you, Dutch. Appreciate you, friend. Oh, my goodness. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Shh. Shut up. We're fine. Didn't even think about that. I don't know when it's going to be implemented. I don't know. Let me see if there's... Yeah, I don't think so. EP time? Yeah, we're all getting EPs. Thank you, Sparkle. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you, guys. Thank you all so much for always being here, friends. I appreciate you guys. All right. Before bad things happen with Stomach, we need to find someone to raid. So let's go find somebody. Sure to want more soda? Listen, I was let off the hook for one. And I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to run with it. It's 3 p.m. for you. Oh my goodness. It is almost 1 in the morning for me. I know. I'm so close. Oh, no. We're 15 levels away from prestiging. I know. I do want to enjoy all the tier 3 stuff as long as I can, though. For sure. EPL day. I know, man. I can see about them changing the crouch run for harder difficulties, but I think it's going to be booty if it's. I think it's going to be across the board. Honestly, I can't imagine them only doing it for certain difficulties. That would be a long shot. Very much so a long shot. Z, hi, how are you? Thank you for the 11 months, friend. Well, how the heck are you doing, dude? Appreciate you. I'm good. How the heck are you? How's everything been going? Hyper, I swear to God. Feels weird being in Central Time for the stream. Listen, Crow, I can't be perfect, okay? Ooh, hold on a second. Well, there's a good one. All right. I know where we're going. I know where we're going. All right, friends. If you are not subbed, there's a raid command. If you are subbed, there's one for you. Creepy little tier 3s, there's one for you. So our friend... Bibbers is playing Labyrinthine. I haven't played that game in a while. in a while. I might have to revisit it. But it's good stuff. I know Bibbers is playing with someone else right now. At least one. I think Bibbs is playing with Nyx. Hey, Alistair. But yeah, so this is if you guys haven't seen it yet, it is a super creepy game when you're running around, man. Carly B! Oh my god, Carly B, thank you for the raid. Oh, friend, we're literally about to dip out ourselves. I appreciate you so much. How was your stream? How was? Switch over here. Does Bibbs have a maze on their... Wait, what? Hyper. Carly B, I appreciate you, friend. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. It was great. DBD, awesome. Heck yes. Hyper. Get the countdown. Oh my god. When we're doing my channel where I changed it, it's either redeem again or... Oh my god. Guys, here it is again in case it happens. I mean, in case it goes, you know what I mean. There it is. But let's go say hi to Bibbers. I appreciate you all. Thank you guys so much. Hyper's counting down the raid. Love you guys.